What day is it today? Today is a Monday. It's a Monday today. Hey. Just stirring my coffee. Let's see if we can remember anything. I did take some time off. It was the worst week vacation ever. But we're still working on the AoE con. Sup, okay. Gonna try to get some work done. Wanna make a book club? Not really. If I actually read, yeah. But reading is just something that it's like, we'll be lucky if I do it like once a year. I don't want to read that much. That's the thing. Yeah. Honestly, like any day of the week, I would rather play a video game than read a book. The problem is that there aren't any video games. That's literally why I started trying to read Dune, and also because I'm doing a lot of writing and I wanted to get some, you know, some reference points. I should be reading more, actually. Oh. Books are so fucking long. East Asian web slop. East Asian Homestuck. The butter in the coffee is one of my highlights of the day. Your meridians are about to burst and your Dantean's cook. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, like the last few days, like I took some time off and I just wanted to play Ion 2. Like it's bad, man. I need a video game to play. Like it's bad. I hope the next PoE2 patch is okay. That Murim JRPG. Is Murim a word? Oh no. No. I just really want to play an MMO. I literally downloaded an Ion 1 private server. Like what else is there that's better in terms of like online gaming? Like there is literally nothing. Turtle WoW is not better. WoW is fucking garbage. Like absolute dog shit. It is the last thing I want to play in terms of MMOs. It does everything that I hate about MMOs. There is nothing that I like about WoW. Not a single thing. It is the absolute epitome of everything I hate about MMOs. It doesn't have anything in it. There's nothing. Like, you can't do anything. There's no reason to play the game other than leveling up. And leveling up is just walking around. I would rather play Ragnarok Online than World of Warcraft. But the issue there is I would rather play... I would prefer playing... Renewal, Ragnarok Online, but they're all quest-based, so they're basically just playing World of Warcraft. So it's like, it's not fun. I hate doing quests. I hate MMOs. I hate MMOs that aren't about, like, actually improving your gear. Like, WoW is just about finding a new item. Oh, I'm gonna get this sick quest reward at level 42! Wow! And then you do a dungeon, because there's, like, an item in the dungeon, and then you get the item, and then you're done. Like, I hate that. I despise World of Warcraft. I hate everything about it. It needs... I want to play a game with, like, some kind of progression system where you actually, like, work on your gear and you improve your gear. Like, I want there to be an actual gear treadmill. The gear treadmill in WoW is just finding item in dungeon. Like, I don't even consider it a gear treadmill. It's just like you just do a dungeon and then you get the item and then you're done. Like, I don't even feel like there's any reason to play the game other than, like, just doing, like, group dungeons and shit. It's just dog shit. I played the endgame in any recent expansion. I guess. I played in. I mean, it's the same as it always was. You hop in and you do heroics. That's all you do. That was War for the Overworld or whatever. I played that. It was trash. It was complete dog shit. I was just hopping in and doing dailies. I don't want to do mythics. That's trash content. I don't want to do infinitely scaling dungeons where you end up having to use like 3 strats. I have not done any since Legion, no. I just don't like it. I don't like the idea of it. I don't like super scaling content. I don't want to like have to hop on Discord and coordinate with like 5 other retards to like sleep to targets. It's just not what I enjoy about MMOs. I like playing MMOs more like Path of Exile or something. That's what I always wanted MMOs to be more like. That's why I actually like Ragnarok Online more than most other MMOs, because that's kind of what it is. It's more a solo journey than it is anything else. But it's the fact that you're there and you're connected with everyone else that makes it feel like it's worthwhile. Also, WoW is just kind of ugly and shitty. I don't want to go to Ngoro Crater and kill Donkey Kong. Like I hate everything about WoW. There's not a single thing I like about it. It's like it being subscription based. That's about it. Yeah, but that's what happens when you play Turtle WoW or you go play Classic. Then you go and kill Donkey Kong in Ngoro Crater. That's how it works. And that questing is superior to modern WoW. Superior in like it's so much better. Modern WoW's questing experience isn't even worth talking about. Like it doesn't exist. Even if you do it, it's fucking garbage. Like I tried, I really did. I tried to level without doing dungeons, and eventually, like, first of all, it doesn't even make sense. It's like they're trying to be more story based, and it doesn't make sense. It's not coherent. It's not good. And then you get to the point where the original expansion patch ends, and then you're like stuck in this fucking like grind area where you have to like get rep to like proceed, and it's just fucking strange. It's just disjointed and weird. And on top of that, none of the writing in modern WoW is even tolerable. So it's like not worth doing. It's just a walking simulator. Like it's just bad. I don't know. There are no alternatives on the MMO market. Like even, you know, New World or something, but that game is dead now. There's just nothing. And I flinch whenever somebody says old school RuneScape. Like holy shit. I'm so tired of even pretending that old school RuneScape is anything other than a complete fucking piece of shit. It's literally the worst game ever made. And when people like try to convince me that it has like lore or whatever, like, oh yeah, it has lore, Because I just feel like I'm playing like a fucking cardboard box tier game that some guy, it feels like Ultima. You know, it feels like something some guy just threw together in half an hour. And it's just, every single thing in the game is just some bullshit. And like, why am I running around cutting down trees and picking up like a falchion and fishing sharks in a world that looks like it was put together by a gnome? Like, I don't know. Like, what am I doing there? It's just complete garbage. And like, WoW is like unironically one of the peak games right now. And that's the problem, because WoW is fucking garbage. Hello, Mythyuk. Yeah, we're doing game dev, except right now I'm just complaining about video games. I'm gonna start soon, I'm sure. And like, FF14 doesn't even... Like, there's no reason to play FF14, because FF14 isn't an MMO. Like, it's only technically an MMO, but it isn't practically an MMO. Right? There's nothing you can do in it. You can only raid. Once you get to endgame, you finish the story, that's it. It has even less of an endgame than WoW does, and WoW doesn't have an endgame. Like, you do your daily logins, and then you raid. Otherwise, you fucking log out, unless you're a girl and you like doing, like, building your house. And I don't. Because I'm not a girl. And Guild Wars 2 isn't a game. Like, Guild Wars 2 is something that you play when you're, like, new to gaming and you think it's fun. And it's, like, the only game you've ever played. And then you get kind of caught up in it. And you enjoy that. I think Guild Wars 2 is, like, actually one of the best casual experiences that, like, a person who's new to the MMO genre can have. But there's nothing to do in the game. There as well. Like, you finish the story, and then there's literally nothing. Because you can't progress your character in any way. Because they literally give you a full ascended gear set by logging in from the reward track for free. So there's no reason to actually, like, get gear, because you have the gear already. You need to maybe get some rings or something, I think. That's about it. And there is not a single skin in the game that's, like, worth working for unlocking, because every single skin that looks good is behind the, like, in the cash shop. So there's literally nothing to play the game for. It's a complete waste of time. And Elder Scrolls Online is just bad. Like, there's just no way around it. Like, it's just ass. It's just not fun. Like, even if you try to enjoy the writing is just so bad. It makes Elder Scrolls look like it has 10 out of 10 writing. Like, it's just so horrible. Like, last time I played it, it literally, like, drained me. Like, I was just sitting there just staring at it like, holy shit, and then I turned it off. It was so awful. And there's no real reason to play the game otherwise. So there's just nothing. And that's why, like, playing like Ion on a private server and just grinding your character is, like, a viable option in the current MMO space, in my opinion. It's not something I want to do, but it's, like, it's actually holy shit. Hello, ho ho. Ho ho. Report. How's your butt? Oh. Back bad? Do not buy? Really? It affects your back? I fixed my chair. Like the chair that's like okay for my butt was killing my back, but I fixed it. Look. I just took a pillow and I just put it like over the back. Just like straight down like that. Now it only like marginally hurts my butt. And it's still not good. Oh. But yeah. I need to get back to making my the other game as well. Like we need to get back to this. I need to get back to game deving in the evenings because there are no games to play, and trying to find one is like actually making me cry. I tried playing some Grim Dawn too. It's just so bad, man. It's just not good. It's like it's worse than Diablo 2. Like that's how I feel. I feel like every single game that I try to play is worse than games I played in 2004 or in like 1999. Because the reality is like I hate WoW. I think WoW is a piece of shit. But WoW Classic is still better than almost every single MMO on the market. So like what's the point? Like it's just so awful. And like the same is true with ARPGs. Like Diablo 2 is better than Last Epoch. Easily. And it sucks ass. Like Diablo 2 isn't even a good game. Like if you make a paladin in Diablo 2, you have it's just like the entire class is just basic attacks. Except now he attacks slightly slower, or now he attacks slightly faster, and now he attacks, but there's like red and blue that spawn on the enemy. Like it's just horrendous dog shit. The best gameplay you can get in Diablo 2 is like playing a Frozen Orb Sorceress or like a Whirlwind Barbarian, and that's not good. It's horrible. But it's still better than Last Epoch. I can't name 10 good games, and I'm not gonna. The reality is that games are not good. Almost all games are bad. And people aren't even trying, because every game that comes out is like worse than the first generation games. Like RTSs come out, they can't even compete with StarCraft 1. Like they can barely compete with Warcraft 2. They fail to compete with Warcraft 3. Like it's just like if you're making a game and you can't compete even with like the first fucking dogshit game that came out in 1995, like what are you doing? And that's what it feels like. Baldur's Gate 3 is worse than Baldur's Gate 1 in like every single way, even graphics. And Baldur's Gate 3 is like the most popular game released in the last 10 years. Baldur's Gate 2 is in general worse than Baldur's Gate 1 too? No, Baldur's Gate 2 is only better than Baldur's Gate 1. Baldur's Gate 1 has almost nothing redeeming about it. It's just fucking garbage. The only thing that Baldur's Gate 1 has above Baldur's Gate 2 is that you can travel around on the map a bit. Well, like Baldur's Gate 1 is so bad. because it's low-level D&D, so your characters don't work. You get one-shotted by kobolds with little short bows. You don't get any spells on wizards except for sleep. Like, at best you get fireball in the end game. And it barely has a story. It's like you're just kind of walking around just killing some guys randomly, and they're like, oh no, you have to go over here and kill that guy to get a clue to find the next guy that you need to kill. And like, there's barely a story. The only reason to play Baldur's Gate 1 is to get, like, a preamble for Baldur's Gate 2. I want coffee. I'm gonna make more coffee. The story string is real, but the spell microing in Baldur's Gate 2 is so much less engaging than later levels of Baldur's Gate 1. Magic sucks in D&D. Like, no doubt. But it's not like magic is interesting in Baldur's Gate 1 in, like, any way. He, like, throws fireballs and sleep. Yeah, I mean, that is unironically a negative thing about Baldur's Gate 2. I agree. But I don't think Baldur's Gate 1 is better than Baldur's Gate 2, despite being worse in every single aspect, just because you don't have to cast Breach and Haste. But yes, spellcasting is fucking garbage in Baldur's Gate 2. No doubt. No doubt. Absolutely. I hate it. And level drain. It's not just Breach and Haste. It kind of is. The one-shotting thing is not real at all. It is extremely real. It's extremely real. Even if you're level 3 and like a wizard gets hit by a kobold with a bow, like if you get Tsar or something, then you're gonna take like 9 damage from a kobold in the mines. Mage armor plus shield, you're immortal. Uh-huh. Totally. Like, it's tolerable as long as you just quick save after every encounter and load. Then you only die like 3 times, maybe, before you get to the bottom. Last time I played it, I decided to do it like the immersive way, and if I die, I go back to town. I think I went back to town like 6 times or something. Because like one character got hit by 2 kobold arrows in a row. The game is so ass. D&D isn't a real game until level 5. At the very least. Also, restream is bugging out today. It's showing me that I'm streaming on 0 out of 0 channels, and it's not showing replies properly. I hate this week. This week fucking sucks ass. This is a very negative stream. That is true. That is true. You know what the worst part is? It's that I'm actually enjoying Ion 2. That like is what makes it worse. Because I know that it's just another dead game. You know? Like it's I'm gonna make more coffee. There was more coffee in the pot already. Let's hope it's just not too cold. At least they announced the Druid finally for Path of Exile 2, so maybe that's something to play for a while. I didn't put more butter in it, actually. There was still a little bit in there, so I thought it was fine. Didn't need more. All right. What do we think? Can we do some math here today? Oh, holy fuck. I don't know what to rant about. I'm through ranting. I don't know. Video games are retarded. And what actually here's another rant. What actually annoys me is that people actually like give me this attitude that I'm like I hate games or whatever. Because the reality is like my standards are so low. Like they actually are. They're insanely low. So I don't really understand what kind of poop people enjoy eating, because I do not have high standards. But games are just that bad. Like the writing in most games it's abysmal. Like compared to any other medium, like a book or a TV show, and like the way it's designed and implemented, it's just like not enjoyable in like almost any case. And like games are at such a low level that doing anything better than what we have is so easy, and people are just flobbing it constantly. Especially in the MMO market, the developers are literally just killing every single game that they make on purpose. Because every single game that they've put out in like the last 10 years, there wasn't really that much wrong with them. Like even Throne of Liberty, which was kind of a turd, it's fine. Like Black Desert is fine. Ion 2 is fine. Like they're not like groundbreaking, but they're alright. And they exist in a way where they can't compete with World of Warcraft. And they have niches that they fill that other games don't really do. So they can exist in the market space, but they literally just kill them. Like they just delete the games for no reason, because like I don't know. It's just so annoying. It's not about costs. That's the thing. Like people have been brainwashed into thinking that any of these things are necessary. They're not. They're not. it's not about operational costs. It is exclusively about making money for investors. It doesn't have anything to do with the costs of the game at all. You can make and maintain a video game for $15 a month and with no microtransactions. You do not need the rest. But not having microtransactions is like, it's a thing that like multiplies your money to a point where if you don't do it, you're kind of just retarded. I would not put in cosmetics. If I was making an MMO, I would not put in cosmetics. I would not have microtransactions at all. And it's just like, yes, yeah, exactly. And that's the issue. Because it's all just shareholder bullshit now. Like it's not about the games. It's not about anything. It's just about making money for the shareholders. And the shareholders are retarded. The shareholders don't know how to make money. So you have like game developers that are just beholden to retards. And because the reality is, if you look at NCSoft is one of the biggest MMO developers in the world. They have made / produced most of the big games that we have seen. Like Lineage 2 was one of the biggest MMOs. It was competing with World of Warcraft back in the day. It was huge. And then they made Ion, they helped produce Guild Wars 2, whatever. Yeah, it's a different target audience, but that doesn't matter. That's a good thing. Is that means it has a different niche that allows it to compete more without necessarily having to compete in the exact same field as WoW. Lineage was more of a PvP game, and that's what Korean games almost always have been. Ragnarok was a PvP game. But if you look at their games now, they don't have a single game other than Ion 2 on Twitch that has over 300 viewers. So if you compare that with World of Warcraft, with just like WoW it's not really a very good example anymore because it has shit monetization now. But even if you compare it to only Classic, with just a sub and nothing else, like they're like they don't even exist on the radar anymore, just because they are destroying their own games with microtransactions. So like this whole thing about adding microtransactions to like support the game or whatever, it doesn't make sense, because if you just don't destroy your game, you will have a larger player base and you will have a consistent revenue stream. And it's just better. It's not about it like not being viable. It's complete bullshit that it's not. It's purely about getting quick payouts, because that's what they do nowadays. They just make MMOs and then they abandon them. And it's not because it's not actually because it's not sustainable. It's because they intended to not sustain it in the first place. And that's just how it works. They them actually like putting in effort and making things for it, that's just a bonus. Like if they actually succeed, then they can continue doing that a bit while they milk you with like the worst monetization known to man. And you're right, Asian markets see microtransactions differently, but I don't think that they see them as differently as you think they do. I think that's kind of a meme. and I don't think it's really as true as people want it to be. It's a little bit it's a little bit like how we are getting more used to microtransactions, and people are more okay with microtransactions in games now. It's kind of the same, except in Korea, when gaming got popularized, it was more via internet cafes, and it was via games like Ragnarok Online and whatever. And because of that, they have been kind of like brought into the gaming space when microtransactions was like already a thing, and they were already being exploited from the get-go. So that's like their starting point and their entry view set. That's why they're like okay, because that's how it's always been over there. But for Ion 2 now, for example, like a lot of a lot of the complaints from the Korean and Taiwan side are about it being pay to win. And also because they lied about it, because they said that it wasn't going to be pay to win. So I like this idea that they actually like it or whatever. I think it's not really true. I think they tolerate it because it has been normalized more than it was here. Because we started out with it not being normalized at all. So I think it's really not quite the way people make it out to be. There's a silent majority that's fine with it in Korea, at least. I don't think so. I don't think anyone likes pay to win. I don't think anyone actually likes spending money to get power in video games. I mean, some do, but when I say nobody, I mean normal people and not retards. Because there's always someone. Yeah, I don't know. I just think we're... Yeah, I don't know. Just eternal slop. What makes me even sadder is that, like, people say that in the West it's like up to indies, and I agree with that, but when I look at indie games, it's just like fucking... It's just eternal streams of games that look worse than Warcraft 2 and are made for like 10-year-olds. Like, it's just... Or it's just literally another game but copy-pasted, and they like didn't add anything. Like, it's just another game copy-pasted. Oh, it's another Hollow Knight remake? Wow, amazing. Clap. Like, oh my god. It's like, you know, the whole thing about like Sonic OCs. It's the same thing, except it's video game developers. They're like, this is my OC. That's what indie games are like. and it's really, really tiresome. I don't like spending any time in indie spaces because it's all just that kind of bullshit. Or it's people who like have no clue. Like they don't know what kind of game they're doing, and it's just like eternal posts about what kind of game should we be making. And then they're like just spinning around in circles, just trying to look at what's popular and then trying to understand how it, like, nobody has any kind of vision or anything that, oh, I want to make this, I know like this would be good, or, you know, I've played video games a lot and I know how to like improve this or push the genre or innovate or anything. It's just like, it's just like they played like 2 video games in their life and then they're copying one of them. What's the last indie game I liked? I don't know, Megabonk was kind of fun, but it was kind of retarded. Like, it wasn't a good game at all, but it was fun. Ball Pit was actually good. I thought Ball Pit was pretty good. It's probably one of the most fun games I played all year. Blue Prince is pretty decent. If you like that kind of game, it's kind of slow, but it wasn't bad at all. It's a little bit repetitive, but it's supposed to be. Otherwise, I'm not really sure if I've played much this year. Norland is pretty decent. This game. It's not exactly what I wish it was. I don't know why it's mixed right now. Oh, they broke it? Okay. These guys patch and update the game a lot. But what I didn't like about it is that it has like a set world. So you have like one map and then you just pick like, okay, who am I gonna play this time? And I think that's kind of lame, but otherwise, this is a pretty solid game actually. It's like RimWorld. I don't know. Like RimWorld meets Total War a little bit. But instead of having like every single character be a person, you have a population, and then you have nobles, and the nobles are the characters. So it is pretty RimWorld-y, but it is different than RimWorld. And the world map, you have other factions where you have to like marry off your princesses and whatever. What do I think of RimWorld? It sucks. It's not good. Ever take a look at ACS? What's that? What's ACS? Like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are both really, really bad games. But if you combine them together into one game, they could be good. Because it's like... Dwarf Fortress has like really cool world building and world generation, and it's like a very... Like everything is RP based. So it doesn't feel very gamey. It feels like it's more like grounded and makes sense, kind of. But the game itself is really bad, and it's like super buggy. Doing anything in it just sucks ass. Like you can barely play it. It barely works. RimWorld, on the other hand, it works a lot better, but you still need like 40 mods to make the game playable, because it just doesn't have like basic UI that just makes it work, right? Or at least it didn't. Maybe they've patched it since. But then the entire world is just based on like math. It's just, oh, you had like 40 carpets, too bad, now you're gonna get like 600 bandits, and then the game just turns into a tower defense. That's why I don't like RimWorld, because it just turns into a tower defense game, You're just gonna have like 6 gazillion fucking ants just appear somewhere in your base, or 4 million bandits are gonna spawn in like the lower corner, and then you need to maze them through mines and shit. And it's just stupid. Like, it doesn't feel like a role-playing game or anything. It's just like a math game. Yeah, I've seen ACS before. I haven't played it because it looked kind of janky. But yeah, I have seen this. I don't understand what the game is. That's also why I haven't played it. Because like, you look at the trailer and it's just like a bunch of dogs running around on the screen. Reguline did tell me to play it as well. Like, I don't know what's happening here. No clue. Like, the trailer is horrendous. That's a dragon. I have no clue what's happening. Why do we have the most viewers I've had in like a month when I'm not even programming and I'm just sitting here being mad? We're praying? What are we doing? Hello, Charles. How's it going? We've got Charles and Okev here at the same time. That's like a set bonus. That's a dog. You know, alchemy, cultivation is like that, but the cauldron is you. I don't understand what that has to do with what this game is. Like, I'm still just seeing dogs running around and birds flying in the sky, and then there's a bunch of houses. Like, I don't understand what is happening here. What is the game? What is this? Like, I don't understand. Let's not talk about porn games. No, please not. I don't know what's happening here. We're playing Go? You're making a sect of mortals that pull their resources to make some of them immortals. And then you fight birds. What's happening there is the end goal of making a bunch of rice farmers Super Saiyans. Okay. Is this like a tower defense game? I don't know. I'll put it on the wish list. Maybe I'll buy it when it's on sale. You play sect politics with other sects. Okay. Alright. Valheim. See, this is what I mean. Like, this is like the peak of survival games. And this game isn't even like, this is like a tech demo. This is like a Unity tech demo. They just slapped together like 10 different Unity features and put textures on them and then shipped it. And this is like the most successful open world survival craft in the last 10 years. Oh. This is what I mean. Like, it's just, oh, you can't even aim. You can't even attack an enemy that's standing lower than you in a hill. Like, oh. They were pretty good Quinn streams, yeah. It's not as good as his Minecraft streams. Those were peak. That's when I started following him, and I haven't seen any streams as good as the Minecraft streams since. They were those times were fantastic. All right. Huey is the worst for me. I kind of agree. Like, it's just not really that interesting. Like, I would rather see PoE than Elden Ring. Elden Ring just makes me want to rage out. I hate that game so much. I hate Dark Souls. And that's what action RPGs are turning into. Every single action RPG is just Dark Souls, and Dark Souls is fucking garbage. I hate Dark Souls so much. You know, Dark Souls, the reason I hate Dark Souls is because it's not a real video game. Dark Souls is on purpose a bad game. Dark Souls is I want to be the guy. It's, you know, those Super Mario clones with the little cat where you jump and then your head hits like a block and you fall and die. That's the core design philosophy of Dark Souls. That's what it is meant to be. It's not meant to be fun or a good game. The gameplay, it doesn't have real gameplay. You have a one attack button and a heavy attack button. There's no counterplay to anything any enemies are doing. Kaizo, yeah. You're just dodging. You're just dodge rolling. And the stats are just like a detriment to the game because it just makes it weird and hard for people to play. Like 90% of the difficulty of Dark Souls is the stats and knowing like, oh, I need to go and upgrade my sword to +3, and then you one-shot the boss instead of like not being able to one-shot the boss because you failed the DPS check and the other gargoyle spawned. You know, like it's just an eternal series of bullshit. And then they made like an action RPG series out of that, where for each entry it just becomes worse because it's just like they just make every single thing that makes the game like annoying and hard and like shitty more. Dark Souls is Kaizo what? Kaizo Zelda? No, it's just a Kaizo. Like that's just what it is. The earlier games are more of it than the newer ones. To be fair, the newer games are more about just enemy complexity and like putting three enemies that shoot laser beams in front of you at the same time. While like Demon Souls and Dark Souls are more about like, oh, actually, if you walk through this door, a stone will fall and like smash you to bits, or if you walk over here, a dragon is gonna eat you, or you know, it's more about that. It was more pure Kaizo back in the day, but now it's more like some try-hard, sweaty, like dodge roll simulator, and that's why I hate it. Sekiro is Dark Souls 2, but Sekiro actually has real gameplay. So Sekiro is one of the best games ever made, in my opinion. But Dark Souls 2 is more about like Dark Souls is about traps and shit. It's just about like you get hit when you walk through the door and that's it. You died. While in Dark Souls 2, it's like you fight through like 70 fucking Viking zombies, and then when you're halfway through, there's like a Viking zombie with a bow on the other side of the map that just shoots you and you die in the middle of fighting like the other. That's what Dark Souls 2 is like. And Dark Souls 3 starts out with like being a bit better. It's more about it has more fluent gameplay a little bit, like it's not as janky. But when you get to the second half of the game, they just turn it into Dark Souls 2 again and just make it about having like infinite enemies that just overwhelm you, and it just sucks. And Elden Ring is mostly just about dodge roll spamming, like bosses that it's just about boss dodge roll spams more than anything else. Well, Sekiro is an actually good video game and has actual combo, actual combat with depth in it, and there are like ways to do things in certain parts of the combat with certain like abilities, and Sekiro is genuinely one of the best games ever made, I think. Which is kind of funny, because I think Dark Souls is some of the worst games ever made. I think that in the beginning, Dark Souls was good, because it was like that Kaizo experience where people just kind of got together and they were like, haha, can you beat Dark Souls? But beyond that, I think the series is bad, because it just becomes like a trite thing, and now it's just this bullshit. It's just a game that's bad on purpose, and now it's just turned into a series that... It's bullshit. You're so dramatic of all the games to call this series one of the worst ever when you say everything is shit. Dark Souls is one of the worst series ever, yeah. Because it's a game that's made to on purpose be bad. Like, the gameplay is clunky on purpose to make the game more... It's partially to make it shittier so that you die more, but it's also partially to make the game more scary. That's like the main reason why you can't cancel or whatever. Like, you're stuck into everything, and that's fine. It's kind of the Silent Hill effect. That's what they're going for there. Because if you could like dodge roll out of everything, and you could like cancel and parry and shit, it would change how the game feels when you're facing like overwhelming enemies, big bosses and stuff. But because it's made to be bad on purpose, that's why when the game continues to become more like an actual action RPG, that's why it's ass. Because it doesn't really have gameplay depth. It doesn't have gameplay mechanics. So it just becomes about like an ever increasing amount of like complexity in bosses. Like the Elden Ring DLC is so horrendous that they can't really continue making the games anymore, because they've like reached the end life of Dark Souls games unless they change the entire core design philosophy of the game. Like, I think they would have to implement more like Sekiro style gameplay mechanics to it, so that it actually has more to it. But it's because the game doesn't have gameplay. Because you only have like an attack, or you have your special attack, which is just an attack. Like, it's nothing. It doesn't really do anything special. Like, it's not like a special function that's part of the game where, you know, if a boss is jumping around, you can like hook shot him and pull him down or something like that. It doesn't have any kind of mechanics like that. And because of that, they can't really do anything mechanically with the game other than make the bosses have longer strings and like bait dodge rolls. And that's it. And that's why, like, they're gonna have to change how the games work going forward. Because it's so basic and shitty. Sekiro is so good. I could replay Sekiro again. Such a good game. I did not try Wukong, no. I have not tried that yet. I've been complaining for an hour and 10 minutes now. Oh yeah, I need to take out something out of the freezer. Oh. Holy shit. But the main reason I even brought up Dark Souls is because it's like ruined the industry. Because now that's like all that people make. They just make the same bullshit Dark Souls game copies over and over. Like everything we're getting now. It's kind of like it was kind of like being a fan of Devil May Cry, and then the entire series, the entire industry just turned into God of War instead. And people don't understand why God of War is bad and Devil May Cry is good. Because people just see like launch attack and spinning attack in the air. And they don't actually understand the gameplay mechanics behind it. Thoughts on King's Field? Haven't played it. It looks like total dog shit. I don't think I would play it. Like I feel like we're in the era now of like Dark Souls dog shit, where every single game doesn't have gameplay. It's just about like parrying a boss and then stunning it. Ugh. If you come up with a catchy brand and upload 10 minutes of rants at a time to YouTube, you'd have easy content for years. I would get like stalked and harassed. People really do not take kindly to getting their games shit on. Like, people get fucking violent, man. It doesn't work. I beat Elden Ring, but I didn't enjoy most fights, to be honest. Yeah, I beat Elden Ring like 3 times. And the only reason I did it 3 times is because I was extremely bored and I was waiting for Path of Exile 2 to come out. And I did not have anything to do, and I was fucking losing my mind. So I played it like twice in a row. And yeah, like, but that's the thing about Dark Souls. It's not about it being fun. Like, the thing that makes Dark Souls fun is that it's not fun. Like, it's supposed to be dog shit. And that's what makes it fun to beat it. It's just like playing Kaizo games or I Wanna Be the Guy. It's the fact that you get through it and actually beat it, despite it being shit, that makes it fun. That's why I don't like it. Because I don't want that experience. Replay a game that you hate multiple times or read a book? I would replay a game I hate multiple times, like any day, over reading a book. Because if you actually look at Dark Souls, like, the entire point of it is that, what I just said. because that's the online experience. That's why they are online. It's supposed to be about like this cumulative experience where people are either tricking each other or helping each other out with like guides where it's like, oh, there's a thing here, and then you read like a signpost. Like the spoilers is the intended design of how the game is supposed to play, and summoning is also like intended parts of the game. Like defeating the bosses solo on your own was never really how the game was supposed to be played. It was supposed to be a cooperative experience one way or another. But you can play it solo, and it's fine to play it solo. But that's why they have bosses like Ornstein and Smaug, and why they suck. Because they are not designed for solo play. They're designed to be multiplayered. And that's really what Dark Souls was supposed to be. It just turned into this like sweaty, like you have to beat everything on your own kind of thing. Which is natural. I mean, I did that. Like the last time I played through Elden Ring, I think I just summoned everything. Maybe I didn't. No, I used summons, right? Yeah. Because that's it's just actually meant to be played that way. So basically, all the casuals are playing the game correctly, or less. Man, I want more coffee. I have not had a good week. I do not know how much I'll be able to focus on this, especially with OCAB here harassing me. This is what he does. He just tries to make me not work. He's such a bad boy. I'm giving you food for thought. Yeah, that's the problem. Time for a break. I already had a break. I took a break since Tuesday. That's why I'm pissed. Because the break sucked ass. I played Ion 2. The game is okay. Costs $65 a month to play it. And the game is gonna die before it comes out. The servers were down half the time. It's 200 ms ping minimum. Dungeons are retarded. Doesn't work. I just want to play a game. Like, oh, you have no idea how much it's actually like impacting my mental health. That there's nothing. Like, I just want to be able to unwind with something. But there's just fucking nothing. There's nothing. I even played Path of Exile 1, but it's just so bad. It's such a bad game. The game doesn't even make sense anymore. It plays like a Warcraft 3 custom map, like Hero Arena or something, where you have like 2000 agility on Illidan. And you have like a teleport item or something. That's what Path of Exile plays like now. And it's just fucking garbage, man. It's just not a game anymore. PoE 2 is still a game, mostly. It still has that problem, unfortunately, but that's why I'm waiting for that. You have to make it yourself? I know. Huh. I know. Holy shit. I can't even, like, I've even tried, like, maybe looking into fighting games again. But every single fighting game is like $80, and it has a season pass you have to buy on top of that. And the fighting game communities are horrible now. Like, they're absolute dog shit. It's like, Yep. Anyway. What is wrong here? Look at this. What's wrong? It has to do with the fact that let's open up Sprite. Help me figure this out myself. So here's what's happening right now. That's right. Okay, but I have defeated you. No longer have power here. No, we need... Fuck. Right, so this is what we're doing here. You worked because I let you. Okay. So right now I am casting a ray. Well, it's not a ray, but it's a direction, which is a ray, from the center to the target tile. And then I'm using the angle to determine where the second ray should be. So if the ray is like up here, then the second ray is down here. If the ray is up here, then the second ray is from here or from here. But the issue is that when we're over here, there are actually two ray positions that we can start from. So when we're down here, it becomes flipped. So it's kind of like it's using this here. So when a ray is 90 degrees, it's going to say that the second ray is down here. This is the second ray. But because we have multiple starting positions from the object, when I move down to here, it's actually just another 90 degrees, which means that now it's gonna use the same logic as down here, and the ray is gonna it's gonna start here, but instead of counting as expanding in this direction, it's now gonna be set to expand in this direction, and then they expand into each other instead of away from each other. So I'm not really sure how to solve this. I think we can make a check to see if we're on like the top side of the center of the object. and then we set a boolean or an integer that's just like another flip somehow. I'm not sure. It's something like that. And that's now math that I have to figure out in my brain. Did you change something to a negative value in relation to the first? Yeah, that's what I need to do. But it's also like I'm already doing stuff like that here. I'm like flipping the direction of the ray here based on the angle of this original ray, right? So it needs to work together with that, and I need to check here where we are exactly. And it's gonna need to be something like this again. So it's gonna need to be something like int. I don't know what to name this. Origin side flipper equals 0. And then we need to say if we have a target tile. If target tile dot position is greater than or equals to, let's say, dot y, I think this needs to be maybe a vector 2 int. No, let's set it to 1. Maybe. Let's say that this is a vector 2. And then we're gonna say if target tile dot position dot y is greater than source object dot tile position test, I haven't renamed that variable yet, inner bounds dot y max then origin side flipper dot y equals, I don't really know what it should be here, equals 1, else origin side flipper dot y equals -1. It's either or. And then we need this, but for x as well. Something like that. And then we slap this in somewhere, but I'm not really sure where. Is second radius. Second tile equals new target times perpendicular direction times second radius. Let's just try times origin side flipper. Okay, it needs to be a vector 3 so we can multiply it. Oh, actually, This is kind of difficult. Because this is a vector 3, this is a vector 2 int, and this is an int. I'll be right back. Bathroom. I want more coffee. But I know if I drink more coffee, I'm gonna explode. Um... We need to... It's unfortunate, but this is what we need to do. I hate having to do this, but it is what it is. There. I don't know if that makes sense or if it's gonna work, but let's see what happens. I'm not convinced it's gonna work. I don't think the logic is sound. No, didn't work. Alright, let's actually think this through instead of mashing. So it's split like this. And like this. Right, and when we're here, it goes like that. And when we're here, it goes like this. And here it goes like that. Right? So what this means is that when the ray is in this sector here, we then say that the second ray is down here. That's how that works. And here's how it works. We calculate a perpendicular direction based on the ray. And if the ray is this way, then it's going to point down. Because that's just how it ended up working. I found it to be a little bit strange, but basically I have a ray that going in this direction, and then I create a ray that's going up like this, but in the z-axis. So it's actually going like towards the screen in reality. And I thought that the cross product between these two, I'm realizing I don't know if you want a cone fanning out from the origin or if you want this to snap to tiles. I mean both. So, because there are so many different ways to do it, right? What you can do is you can create a cone, kind of like this, I suppose. And then you kind of rotate it around like this. And then based on which tiles these two lines are touching, you then just say that these are lines, these are tiles that are being affected. Right? That's the easiest way to do this. You can just do this, and you just rotate this, and everything that's within these two lines, that's part of the cone. But this leads to like inconsistent sizes and stuff. And it leads to having to like sit there and like micro move the cone around a little bit like this so that you get it like exactly within two tiles. But you can also do this in a way where it targets exactly like towards a tile. Like you're targeting this tile, and if you move the mouse around within that tile, the cone doesn't change until you move it over to another tile. So it like snaps towards the tile that you're in, right? That's what you can do. And that's kind of what I'm doing. Not exactly. Because if you do this, you then have a circular range, right? Your range becomes like this. But my range isn't circular. My range is based on tiles. And diagonal steps count as 2. So that means that my range is more like this. And therefore, just doing this solution doesn't really work. So what I'm doing is I'm doing kind of the same thing, except when I'm casting one line in the middle, and then I'm using an algorithm called DDA, or digital differential algorithm or something like that. And that makes it step like it starts here, and then it goes here, and then it goes here, and then it goes here, here, here. And I then step in as many tiles as the spell has range. So if it has 4, it's gonna go 4 up, or it's gonna go 4 like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it ends up here. It becomes shorter here. And then what I do is I cast a line from the end of the range out perpendicularly in order to create to find the tiles that we want to create the cone between. And this is kind of what I'm doing, what I'm fixing now. I'm fixing the math that casts the line over here and over here, because it's getting flipped incorrectly based on like its position on the character. That's the only real issue here right now, I think. And then there's a question of if this implementation actually makes sense practice afterwards. Oh. However, what I'm doing now is I'm saying that if the target is up here somewhere, this is the target, then none of the, it's not going to be negative. That's not true. We're gonna need a bunch of if-else here, I think. So it's gonna say if target tile dot position dot y is greater than or equal to, let's just do this. If that's true, and this is true, then I think origin side flipper equals -1 in X and 1 in Y. Because we are here, right? That means that we are on the right side of this, but the top side here. And if the default for the perpendicular direction is to go to the right, that means that here it needs to be negative in the X so that it goes to the left. But we don't actually want to multiply the perpendicular. So it's not, that's not true either then. Or do we? No, this isn't really. This isn't really in that kind of math. This is just brute force. So we just need to think of when should something be flipped or not, and then we just create if statements for that. Um, because the problem is this here, where the original ray, when it is in this section, and the ray is like over here, then the second ray needs to start down here. That's how it works, because the character is 2 in size, any like line that's coming out of it has a minimum size of 2, more or less. It can have 1, but generally speaking, I'm making it 2, because that's like the minimum that it can be centered, because it's an even size, so you can't really have a center properly when you have 2 tiles. It's either this tile or that tile is the center now, and so and this works fine as long as we're up here. And the second we come to the 90-degree point, it still works as long as we are up here. But the second I target down here, it needs to be flipped. Because otherwise, it's like it's counting it that it's 90 degrees. I mean, is that the actual issue? Yeah, we do have the angle of the first ray. I mean, I have multiple rays here, but because what I'm doing now is I feel like it should work, because I have a ray that I'm sending out from the center here, from the absolute center, and that should then be like this. So as long as the ray is up here, then it's negative, and as long as the ray is down here, then it's positive. But what is it that's making this not work? I'm thinking like the point of origin is the center of that 2x2 square, right? Yes and no. The point of origin is actually the nearest tile, which, if the target is up here, it becomes here. That's the origin. But I've added a second ray that starts at the center of the object and just checks the target, and that way it creates like an angle. That's makes more sense. But it's not working right now, and I'm not really sure why. Let's see. Direction from center. feel like that should kind of work. Why is it not working? Maybe this is still wrong. There could also be floating point issues here, but because you see here, it becomes weird. Here now, it's correct. But when I go down here, it's not. So why is that? Let's get rid of some crap here. So the angle is opposite. It makes the cone wider or narrower. It's there's something wrong here, because what's supposed to happen is if the cone's angle is within this range here, then I have a multiplier that's 1 or -1 that multiplies the direction of the perpendicular at the end of the ray, or at the end of the cone. That creates the cone area. Because what happens is I draw one ray, and then at the end of it, I then have to generate the second ray. And that ray might be like this. And based on where this second ray is, whether it's above, because it could be like this, right? It could be above or below. But based on where that line is, I then have to draw this line here, the perpendicular, out from there. And that has to be drawn in this direction from the top line, and it needs to be drawn in this direction from the bottom line. And what's happening is that in some places, these directions here are getting flipped. so that when I'm drawing the second line below, it's trying to draw a line there, and the original line is trying to draw a line there. That's what's happening there. But in some other places, it's doing other weird things. Like here, for example, instead of it drawing two lines like this, regardless of whether the target is here or here, it's actually drawing one line only if the target is here. And then the cone gets like put out from there only. So I don't know. There's something wrong with the math here. Let's see if we can figure it out. I think this should be 1. This is -1. This is -1. Where is it? The second ray is based on the perpendicular. Which means that this should be -1. This is 1. This is -1. This is 1. I feel like it was right before, and then I changed it into this, and now it's wrong again. Because this is -1. 1. -1. This is what's annoying. When you get tired, you start just coming to the wrong conclusions. You're looking at it and you're like, you're looking at the logic and you're like, yeah, okay, it should be another way. Because last stream, this was one of the last things I did, and I was thinking, okay, how should this actually be? And I came up with that it should be like -1 on both here, and like something similar like up here, like it should be like +1 on both here or whatever. And now I'm reaching a different conclusion, so it's like not really sure what's happening here. So if direction is this is there and this is there, so this should be -1. So the first one should be, this is less than 0. That's 1. And the next one is x is less than 0 and y is less than or equals to -1. Yes. And the next one is x is greater than or equal to, no, is less than or equal to -1f, and y is greater than or equal to 0. And the next one is x is greater than or equal to 0f. And y is greater than or equal to 1f. Let's see what that does. I don't know. I felt like this wasn't a complete solution last time. But I don't know if I just came to the wrong conclusion. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Oh, that's fucked. If the angle is opposite, it makes the cone wider or narrower. I mean, kind of. No, not exactly. I mean, it's just... It's like this. If this here is the target, then I'm going to draw a line from the nearest tile. And in this case, this is the nearest tile. So we get a line there, but because I'm making the cone be 2 in width, that means I need to figure out where the other cone should be, or the other line should come from for it to feel like it's centered. And that means it comes from here, right? And I need to... I'm using the same, like I'm calculating the perpendicular of this ray here, which is like this. Well, actually, it's like this. It's actually like that. It's a little confusing. And then I'm just using that perpendicular to just find this tile here. And that's how we... Then I just find the nearest tile of the object from there. That's how we figure out that this is actually the origin of the second ray. But after that, we have to draw the edges of the cone from these two. And what's happening is that now that I have this, the second line is sometimes using a reversed perpendicular to draw the cone, and the first one is doing the same thing, and therefore, like, it's like stepping through this right here, and that's why it becomes narrower, because it's traveling 4 in distance, but it's actually traveling across this line to get there, so it's wasting a step. That's where it becomes narrower, when it should actually be traveling 4 in this direction. But I don't really know why the logic is doing what it's doing. If direction from center X is greater than or equal to 1f, which is over there, and y is less than 0, yeah, that's correct. Next one is x is less than 0. 0 is the center, by the way, and -1 is the left edge. So x is less than 0. and y is less than or equal to minus 1f, means it's at the bottom there. Then it's, yeah. Or x is less than 1f, less than or equal to 1f, and y is greater than or equal to 0f. So if these four statements are true, if any of these, that's what these two lines here mean. It means if this is true, or this is true, or this is true, or this is true. So if any of these are true, then we set the ray for the second tile to be pointing in that direction. I think maybe it's this. I think maybe this is what needs. This is where I am iterating through the perpendicular direction to create the target tiles for the cone itself. But if here we're flipping which side the second tile is and the new tile is relative to each other, and I'm just always doing minus on the perpendicular direction here and always positive there, then I don't think it would work properly. So let's try that. I don't know if those need to be flipped now or something. That actually works, except I think we need to flip these. Like, it doesn't actually work, but it like kind of works. It was a lot more consistent. It was consistently wrong instead of being only randomly wrong, which is a good step. And this is also consistently wrong. Okay, so I think it was right. Way it colored a different tile of the four was interesting. Yeah, that's like the origin tile, and it's supposed to like here, it's supposed to draw red on both of the right side tiles that she's standing on right now. But for some reason, it's like both rays are going to this tile or something. And then they're just finding the same origin there. I don't know, it's weird. Second tile. Perpendicular direction times second ray direction. So this here might now... It might be an issue like this. Let's go to... I thought it did before, yeah. But it only did it randomly. And that's what I mean. It was wrong inconsistently before, but now it's consistently wrong, which is a good thing because that most likely just means that I need to just flip something like this here. The perpendicular direction here, I think we should say that forward and direction should be flipped in the cross product. Maybe. I think some variables here just need to be flipped around a bit. Yeah. It kind of works now. Like, actually, I think it works correctly now. But we can also tell how fucking wonky it is. So there is a question of, like, is this really how we're gonna do it? Not so sure it should be. But maybe, I don't know. Because it does become kind of weird when the... You see, it looks kind of bad. The angle. And here the angle doesn't quite work. Yeah. If we put it here, you can see here. You get a really weird shape. Right. It looks like this. And so this is where I'm not really sure how we want to handle it. Because it's like... When you're shooting from here, you want a cone that looks like this or something. It's gonna go to here and 1, 2, 3, I think. And here, 1, 2, 3. And you get a cone like that. Because it's going out from the center like this. But when you're going from the edge here, it becomes weird. Because we end up having one center tile that goes here, and then I shoot out the second ray to here, and then we do that. But then the perpendicular area is still like the same in each direction, while we actually only have like one origin tile here, and that makes the cone get this weird shape, because it should look like this, right? And nothing here. Like, that would make more sense. And you'd have a cone that looks like that. So And that's what's hard here, because what the problem that we need to solve for this to make sense. By the way, I started working instead of saying that video games are fucking garbage. Now we're down to 3 viewers again. Cheers. I need to smoothly transition from this here because here we have 2 rays because it's centered, because it's like we have to do this for this to make sense properly, I think, because otherwise I can only have a cone that looks like this and goes like only from there, which could be like okay too, but I don't like it. I want to have a cone that feels more like it makes sense with the center of the character. But we'll see. Like, if I have to settle for a one size origin, I'll do that. But I don't want to. But we basically have to smoothly transition from this cone here to a cone that has just a 1 origin center, which will technically make it smaller, but like not by a lot, right? Because here we're stepping, like you can see, it's not actually that much of a difference between these and between these. Like how much, what is the distance? 204, and this is 194. So it's almost the exact same size, except that here it's a distance of 5 diagonals, and here it's 6 verticals. So like an invisible ray from the origin, and then draw a ray +1 and -1. So to iterate this again, if this is the target, right? I shoot 1 ray from the closest position, and then because this object, and I know this is convoluted, but because this object is 2 × 2 in size, like this, that means that I can't shoot it from the center, right? Because it needs to target a tile. So I can't just shoot it in between these 2 tiles, really. I mean, maybe I could. I don't know. I could maybe do that. But what I'm doing now is I'm shooting it to the closest tile here. And then we are just calculating whether we are on like this side of the character or not. And if we are on this side, that means that the other ray needs to be from down here. So that way we shoot 2 rays, and then out of those 2 rays, at the end of them, we shoot 1 ray in the perpendicular here and 1 ray in the perpendicular here. And that way we now get the origin of each ray counts as the first step. So that's then 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we have a size of 4 in each direction for this particular cone, which makes it look like that something, right? And then we shoot out rays to each of these tiles after that to check the line of sight. This. But when we're doing this in an angle, it's a little different. We still do the same thing. If this is the target, then we shoot 1 ray there. And then I'm doing the same logic here, which is the problem, because now this is finding like, oh, this is the second tile, and then we shoot the second ray out from this same tile, and then this now needs to step 3 steps in that direction, 3 steps here, and that makes the cone be like incorrectly extended in one direction, when because it becomes weird in the diagonal angle. So here it's like if both tiles end up originating from, or if both rays origin from the same tile, then we shouldn't do this ray splitting thing that I'm doing, and we should just march out from the center here. Maybe even like -1, I'm not sure. Maybe not. And then that becomes the cone. And I think that's how it should be, more or less. But I don't know if it would work fully when you like get to the tile that transitions from this angular to this more horizontal or vertical cone. But yeah, nothing is simple. Well, especially if you make it a little less simple than it needs to be. But I wanted it to make sense, because I could use more basic implementations, but I wanted to make it make sense properly. At a 45-degree angle, could the rays come from the other character tiles? You mean down here? That's what this is, right? Kind of. Except like not really. It's no, not exactly. So what happens is that we shoot this ray, right? But the way the ray is shot is that we have a target. The target is here, and then I have an algorithm that finds the nearest tile of the origin object. So if it's here, it searches for this, and this is then the fewest amount of steps. And then over here, we then create another target here, and then we say, okay, what's the fewest amount of steps? And then it's gonna look and it's gonna find that. And so what happens is that if the target is here for the first ray, it's still gonna find this. But here now, this might become the new tile, and then it's over here, right? And then now it's originating from the same tile. So it really quickly turns into a diagonal instead of the horizontal or vertical implementation, and I don't know how that transition is going to work in practice, if it's going to be too inconsistent or not. Otherwise, I might have to do it in like a kind of an angle, like, okay, if this angle goes above that or something, then the origin shifts over to here. Because eventually it has to come from both. Or eventually both rays have to come from the corner, right? Because if it's like all the way down here, it won't make sense for the other ray to be all the way over there. It's gonna make the entire thing like wonky and weird. And then when we then go over to down here, it's going to be like a huge jump for it to then come from over here. If x equals y, then add 1 to x. It's a little tricky here, but let's see if I can figure it out. What I was gonna do is I was gonna do something like here. This is where we do this bullshit. So here we're gonna say second origin tile, and here we're gonna say if origin tile equals second origin tile, then we're gonna do something different, else we do this. Then we're gonna say we set this to be origin tile, and then the target is gonna just be new target tile. We're gonna say this is 1. It starts at 1, and we're gonna say target list dot add origin tile, and then this is just gonna be just the target. That way, if both of the Ray's origins are the same tile, then we kind of just discard everything we have been calculating, and then we just add one origin tile, and then we just expand out in each direction from there. I don't know if we need this here. I don't think this matters here. Let's try that. Yeah, that actually works. You can see the size is a little inconsistent when we traverse from up here to this next step. It does change in size like a little bit. But I think it's close enough that this is like acceptable. You can see here, it is definitely the biggest here now. And here it's a little smaller. But there's only so much I can do. Yeah, I don't know. And I guess there's also a question of, should the AoE be like an actual cone, or should it be like a... should it be rounded at the end? And if it should be rounded, I'm not really sure. But that's... I feel like that's kind of complicating it. And I feel like at the end of the day, this is going to be a little bit weird. So it's like, I think it's either like this, or I make it only have a one tile origin always. But I'm not a huge fan of that. I'm not. I think it should be able to have a 2-tile origin. It's just that when you're working with tiles and pixels, diagonals are kind of larger. I mean, they literally are, but they're like in different ways, because a line is longer in the diagonal than it is in a horizontal line, right? Here the distance is 13. Here the distance is 15.8. And that's what makes it kind of weird. But also, like, if I draw one line like this line is, in a way, it's like bigger than a diagonal line. Because if I put 2 lines next to each other here, it's filling up, like, I don't know what I'm saying exactly, but it's filling up this space here. While if I make 2 diagonal lines parallel to each other like that, then we end up with empty space in the middle. So then you need to have 3 lines for that to be like filled up properly. And if you just do this, then they're not like exactly parallel either. I mean, they are, but they're not, you know, they don't have the same like origin really. They can't they can't line up properly. And then if I try to draw like a certain amount of steps here, then because a diagonal is longer than a horizontal, then the total area of the effect becomes larger in like a diagonal than it does if it's horizontal. And so that's why this is kind of difficult. But I think this is kind of close. This is a decent compromise. Now, with that actually like implemented, I'm not sure what to do now. We can implement the actual ability more. It's actually wrong, because you see the red origin there. That's not really right. So that tile should probably not exist for those 2 tiles. And I think that will make it feel like it's always like originating from 2 tiles. Because if you look at this diagonal one, if you ignore the red tile, you can see that it has like 2 starting tiles. And the same is almost always true, except for here it doesn't have that. But there are gonna be some edge cases here where, as you see here, it has 2 starting tiles here. It kind of has 4 starting tiles here almost, but no, it doesn't really. I feel like it's more towards the end here that it feels like it's kind of larger. That's a bug. Oh, what's going on there? Uh, I think it's it's happening because right now I'm targeting all the way down here, and as I move over here, well, okay, I actually don't know exactly why that's happening 100%. But I can see like something like that happening, but the fact that it's jumping 2 is a bit concerning. I can see it jumping 1 because as it's turning, it might like become slightly longer, kind of, and it might like peak out. But I think this is a math issue with my perpendicular. I think it'll probably happen everywhere, maybe. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Now it's gonna crash. Oh, I did 15 damage to myself. And it didn't even crash. Okay, so where is this happening? It's happening 4 tiles down to the right. It doesn't happen here. You can see here it's going down. Well, here it's going out. So there's still something wrong with the math here. Here, this side should be going in instead of it going out like that. And we'll have to take a look at that, but I need to go to the bathroom. Let's see. I have maybe an inkling of why this might be happening. I think I should maybe... I'm not sure. I think I should maybe do this from the center of the tile. Because the reality is, if you have a tile, even if this is like tile number 2 or whatever, it still has internal sizes, right? So if I add like 0.0 or 0.01, if I add that to this in to the right, then we're just gonna go in there and then we floor it back down to 0, and we're still at 2. But if I were to subtract 0.01, then we end up at 1.99999 or whatever, and then we actually end up on tile 1. And that's kind of what I'm doing here when I'm adding the targets. I'm iterating the perpendicular direction and adding that to the target tile, but the target tile is just the integer value, and I think it might be a little bit susceptible to the overflow depending on the direction. Yeah, that should be what's happening. So I think the new target tile should actually be a vector 3 that has 0.5 added to it. At least in the X and the Y. And the second tile should be something similar. And then this should be when they need to do flooring. The question is, should we floor it like this? Maybe. See, now it's just stepping down one tile now. Which is still like... It's still inconsistent behavior. Because you see here, when we're shooting up, when I move to the side, it's actually not changing shape at all. And if anything, it's stepping down. But when we're here, it steps forward. Hmm. And here we're too close. And here it has the same issue. So it's when it's in a negative direction, it's behaving this way, and when it's in a positive direction, it's behaving in the other way. We're really close. We are really, really close now. But it isn't behaving quite correctly. I think it's something like that still. I'm gonna say second tile here. This is floored, and then we add new vector 3, 0.5. Now it's no longer doing the thing there. It's not doing it here. It's not doing it here. And it's not doing it here. So I think that's more or less consistent. It still looks kind of shitty here, I think. And I do find that a bit concerning. I wonder if I might need to add a little bit of extra functionality, maybe, to this. Not sure. Because I feel like you should be able to angle it like a little bit here, but maybe not. I'm not sure. Because this is the next step, right? Than that. And I'm kind of wondering if because right now you have like, you can have any angle because it's targeting the tile that you're just mousing over, right? And that kind of, I don't really like how that behaves, because it means that there are like tiny angular differences that you can get by like moving your mouse like super far away. So I'm wondering if the angles should be kind of snapped to them so that it matches the maximum edge tile. So the edge tiles are really like the angles that you can target, more or less. I still think this transition is kind of horrible. But it works kind of the way I wanted it to, but I just feel like I don't know if it works well enough practically, it's kind of shit. But I think it's good enough for now. I can come back to this. And we just call this a win for today. Today's been a shitty day. Shitty day for a shitty week. So we call that a win. And the skill is like already implemented. So I don't really need to do that. Like we already have Flame Blast there. Blasts une flame. Set to cone. But right now all it does is it just does one hit on one character. And that character is herself because it's targeting her. So the ignore self here isn't working correctly. So that's still a bit of a bug. But the main thing we need to implement now is dual sequence. Handle dual scene. This is like, I think it's actually like implemented. Dual scene targets list. If blast AoE. Else if cone AoE. So here we have like a target position. And that's the tile that's targeted. Okay, so here we want to set a midpoint. So let's say vector 3 int midpoint total. And we have a for loop that goes through user.targetList.count. Midpoint total plus equals user.targetList I dot target dot file position dot position. Cat. Oh, losing focus a bit. So what we need to do here is I need to add together every target. So this integer here needs to be int target count equals 0. And then we need to say midpoint total divided by target count plus 1. Because that means that if we have one target, then the target count is 0. Wait, no. The target count will... If this runs at all, right, if we only have one target count, then it'll iterate target count when this ends to 1, and that's why it will stop. So that means target count will be 1, which means this should be like that, and then this should just be if target count is greater than 0, and we do that. Oh, fuck. Basically, I need to implement the ability for multiple targets to get targeted and get put into the combat sequence animation, whatever. And for that, we need to calculate a midpoint. And that midpoint is going to be all the targets combined divided by the amount of targets, or all the targets' positions combined divided by the amount of targets. And then that becomes like the target. That shouldn't actually be the midpoint, though. That should be the target point. So we're actually doing this a bit wrong. And the midpoint is the target point there. That's how it should be. What is happening here? Why is the midpoint being calculated before the target point? That's stupid. Because I did something different for blast AoE here, and it doesn't actually make sense. Target point equals midpoint minus... Target point equals midpoint minus target dot modified position. What? That doesn't make any sense. What am I doing here? Why is this like this? And why does it work? Why is it like that and why does it work? That doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, dude. Because I'm taking the position of the target plus the position of the caster or the attacker, and then I add those together and I divide it by 2. That's the point that is in between those two characters, right? So by taking the midpoint that we have now calculated that's in between those, and then subtracting the target's position, that's just gonna push it over to the left. Right? Like what's going on there? That doesn't make any sense. Hey. Oh, I'm so tired. I think this time of year affects me as well, negatively so. I'm getting really close to my limit, even though we're like an hour out from ideal, and I was yapping for like an hour and a half. So maybe taking a little breather might help. Can do some grip training. Oh, the music ended. But yeah, I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to make it so that we can target multiple enemies with melee attacks, because that's not possible at the moment. So we have Cone AoE and we have Blast AoE. We have Target. Wonder if there needs to be another one. So I think the Cone could work. It's just, I feel like maybe there need to be Cone types. Or like I don't know. Like an either Cone types or like an implementation for maybe for patterns. But I feel like there should be like circular AoE, which is just the same as a blast AoE, except it's like only in a certain angle. Or like a point-based AoE that's like that. It's, man, this is, it's not easy. It's way more work than I want it to be. Ah! One more. I don't know if I did the left 3 times already. Ah! Damn. Yeah, because I was thinking like just having some kind of sword swing or something that might be, it might cleave or something. Could need like more of a circular thing, and I don't know how many of our characters might use that, but enemies might use that too. Beasts might have like some kind of claw swipe or something that might need to be more of a circular thing. So I do think that's probably something that needs to be implemented. It is kind of difficult still. Because it wouldn't really be that different from the cone. So it should be. It's just getting the shapes is so weird. Brain is cooked, man. I need to figure that out. Like, why is this happening? Target point should just be midpoint plus that. Well, target point should be we set target point to midpoint and then we add the combat distance there. And user point is... Why am I doing that? Why am I subtracting the user position? Let's just try attacking now. That should have been really inconsistent and weird. Target type equals target. User position, target position divided by 2. It That's why. Yeah, okay. No, it makes sense. I'm gonna write a comment here. Yeah. So the reason it makes sense is because we subtract the target slash user's position, because otherwise we end up adding the position on top of its original position. The position only needs a modifier to be added or subtracted to / from its position, from its value. That's what's happening there. And let's write that up here maybe. So that does make sense. Yeah, I'm subtracting the position so that it's only like we only have a relative position left, so that if we lerp to the full value that we have for the target point, it just kind of adds that value to our current position. Something like that. I don't know if that works, just like that. I can try. See what happens. See if it crashes or if it runs or... It works, but it's giga wrong. Why, though? I feel like that should be correct. We go through all the targets. And then we add the tile positions together into one pool. Then I divide that value by the target count. Wait, what is this? Yeah. The midpoint is the user's modified position. Wait, user dot modified. Yeah, the modified position should be tile, right? No, it isn't. If you use the tile position. Yeah, no, the problem isn't that I'm using modified position, it's that I'm not using modified position. So here in the cone, I'm using pal position. This should be target dot modified position. Same thing there. All right, let's try again. Okay, it does work. Except she only hits herself right now. So where are we acquiring targets? Cone. Then here we do acquire AoE targets. But here is where we're doing find targeting area. I feel like this should work. Maybe it's not set. Ignore self is set right there. Ignore self is 16. Ah, it's because we're not checking range. Now it's no longer targeting her. It is a little difficult to tell if they're being targeted or not. The outlines for a target shouldn't be blue. They should be red. So that's something that we can do as well, but you can see now it's just kind of going out from outside of her there. And nothing else has changed, otherwise it works correctly. Right, that's super close to actually being functioning. All we need to do there really is go to the action itself, and here instead of saying target list 0, we're gonna do a for loop. That's user target list count. So now we can. Oh, they got bleeding applied to them. So yeah, now we can correctly target. Fuck. It's not necessarily that easy. Because if you think about it, visually, like, why can't things just be easy, man? Because if I flame blast the targets on the left, now they're just gonna move like that. And, you know, it works. Like, sure, whatever, it's fine. But it also doesn't, it's not really correct, right? Like, it doesn't actually really matter whether I just do what I'm doing now or not. But I do feel like their positions should maybe be changed. So it's like, like now they would be reversed because I'm actually targeting them from left to right, or to the left. So like this target here is actually gonna get hit first, kinda. Not that it necessarily matters in terms of the ability itself, but I do think that it should be like that visually. But this whole sequence needs to change. We're gonna try implementing something else later, replace it, but I haven't decided on what it should look like quite yet. It just, I need to figure out something that isn't just the area that we're in. Like, I want to have some kind of arena maybe that is more like generalized so it can be reused. But it doesn't like really matter at the moment. So I think maybe we'll skip that. Like, it's something I do want to fix, but maybe we'll skip that for now. I'm just thinking a bit. Because what I could do now is we could make like just a mock flame blast animation, just so we have something, and then we can implement like a burning. status effect or something. But I was just not wasn't sure how like what would that do exactly. Because you can make the burning just do damage. That's the simplest part. But I was just thinking like what else it could do. It could be like a stun. Like let's say you have a burning effect that lasts for 2 seconds or something. Then maybe characters get stunned for 2 seconds. But maybe I don't want that. Not sure. Or I'm thinking maybe it's something like if you're burning, then maybe you're burning until you put it out. And putting it out might be just hitting end turn or something. Maybe end turn would change from end turn into like extinguish fire. And then that's a certain amount of turns based on how heavy the fire is, maybe. And if you then choose to act, you're then gonna take burning damage on your next turn, or when time continues. So then it becomes kind of like a stun, but you can choose whether you self-stun or not, or you continue burning. Or maybe it can be like this. Like maybe burning has stages. So when you start burning, you're at like burning stage 1. And then it takes a certain amount of turns to extinguish it. But if you act, it then, or after a certain period of time, it might, the fire might grow bigger and do more damage, so that early on you have more room to just tank it and do something if that's what you need to do. Because like, what if you need to interrupt a target or something, and then okay, all of a sudden you caught fire. Now you have to make a choice between interrupting the target or your fire continuing to be on top of you. Something like that. I'm just thinking, because I feel like burning should be a standardized thing. It shouldn't be like you can have several burn stacks on you. It should be you are burning. And currently you are burning at stage 2 or stage 3. And maybe 3 stages is as much as it gets. And then if you get burning applied to you twice, that's gonna just increase the burning. Yeah, maybe something like that. I think we'll go with that. Let's say Object Combat Module. In here we have bleeding applied, bleed magnitude. Let's say public int burning stage. And that's all that burning needs to be. It's just an integer. And when this gets set to 1, then you take a certain amount of damage per second, and you can extinguish it in various ways. And then this could be a way to make some interesting choices for gameplay. Like let's say Aya has the ability to make it rain. For example, just globally on the map it starts raining. What if the encounter has like a fire shaman and an air shaman? So if it doesn't rain, then you have to deal with burning from the fire shaman. But if you make it rain, then the air shaman gets empowered because everyone becomes wet, and then like lightning damage might be more efficient. Just an idea. Make it rain money and the money shaman gets a bonus. Yeah, that could work. And then we need a public void apply burning int power let's say burning add, and then we're gonna say burning stage plus equals power if burning stage is greater than 3, burning stage equals 3. If burning stage is less than 0, burning stage equals 0. It's unnecessary. And then public void burning remove burning stage less than equals power. If burning stage less than 0, burning stage equals 0. Like that. But this handle flame effects. And then we call handle burning here. Right? We do whatever. And we need a public void burning execute. We need a damage, apply damage. And here, let's see. Apply damage source is base object. The damage, I don't know, damage type dot fire for now. Hurt type equals lynch final. But I feel like the damage should be percentage based, but I don't know exactly what kind. And it's also very dangerous to do that. Because let's say we make it do like 1% of your health per second. Should that be based on size at all? Maybe not. Maybe we just make it be a flat 1%. But then if you... The issue with that is, if it's a flat percentage, it becomes very dangerous in terms of game design. Like, is burning damage gonna just become the de facto only thing that matters for killing bosses, for example? Like, okay, a boss is 10 times more health. That means that burning damage does 10 times more damage against it, right? So I'm not convinced that we want to do it percentage based. But it could be okay, because it's like percentage is the only way to make it be uniform, right? Could maybe be the reverse or something, where if it's the smaller it is, the more percentage it does. And if it's if it's bigger, then it does less. I don't know. I don't really like having a lot of stuff like that. So maybe making it just do like something is good enough. Like what if it does 1% damage per second? That's it. And then stage 2 does 2%, stage 3 does 3% per second. That way, if 5 seconds pass until your next turn and you can extinguish it, if it's a tier 3 fire, you take 15% of your life. But that would assume that you get hit by like 3 fire attacks that ignite in one go. Like that. How am I handling bleed right now in this turn? Bleed here. Checking for next turn. Bleeding applied. Bleed applied, time passed. So this is... let's call this burning apply. Time passed. But I want to move that out from here and into its own script in the character, so that we can just call like check time-based stuff, and then we just execute all of that. And then we go to combat module, flame blast. And then here we're doing apply hit. But let's also do user.target list i.target.combat module.burning add 1. And then here, bleed value is at the end. Shouldn't have any bleed. Let's see if we can, hold on. Okay. Let's see if we can make enemies burn here. They were bleeding, but they took 2% damage, so now he's at a fraction of his life. I think percentage might not be properly implemented. They're taking 0 damage from the percentage. Does that mean that the percentage is being mitigated? So I made bleeding be a percentage damage type. No, be a bleeding damage type. And I don't know if percentage is actually implemented here. Total damage applied equals health times damage times or divided by 100. This part, horrible. Horribly coded. But I haven't felt like going back and fix it, but it's absolutely horrendous right now. I don't know if I fixed anything there. Now they take 60 damage, 20 damage, 20 damage, and yeah, should be right. So it's either this, and I kind of feel like fire damage or burning damage, or rather I feel like certain strategies just being better against certain things, I think that just kind of makes sense to some degree. Like, I feel like there's a balance between only making things make sense to the point where it becomes boring and like one-dimensional, and also just like everything being hyper balanced so that everything works against everything, kind of. So if burning damage is a good way to do damage against like high health enemies, I think that would be okay. In the same way that a sword is bad against an armored target, while a mace is good against an armored target. Or, well, a mace... The way I want it to be is not that a mace is good against an armored target, it's that the mace is the least shit against an armored target. That's how I want it to be. And then we'll see. But yeah, that... Alright, well, I think that's good enough for today. It was a horrible day. I did manage to do most of it. I'm gonna try to do some writing and go eat some food. But we did manage to implement the cone. Maybe not exactly the way I would like it to be. The cone is implemented. It's implemented, yeah. We implemented the ability to target multiple enemies with the combat sequence. And we implemented a burning mechanic. And now they have burning stage 2. Now it's just like a matter of how do we visualize this, where should those icons be, etc. What should the graphics be like? That one's a little tricky because I feel like I would have to do something with particles. I haven't actually done particles a lot. So I'd have to figure out a way to do that, and then just have the character or object emit fire particles in a way that looks good. And that's kind of hard without it just looking like little puffs randomly appearing on the unit. Especially when it becomes larger, right? Could potentially do it with some kind of shader. Maybe. So I'm not drawing a burning animation for every single unit. The question is also how to show it on the unit, because is he just gonna stand there? Because when you're bleeding, I feel like it makes more sense for you to just have a normal idle. I could potentially make a bleeding idle as well for the unit without that taking up too much time. But like, what would burning be? Are they just gonna stand there and flail like the whole time? And that's also one of those things where it's gonna take up a lot of time to do that. So I'm not like super excited about the prospect of that. Where now? Oh. That's that for today. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.